Hey everyone, or I don't think anyone's here at the moment, but let me just switch over like that. So anyway, yeah, I just thought I'd do some impromptu sprints. Just having a fairly chill afternoon. If someone was here, I would ask if you could hear me okay, but you know, that's so it goes. So yeah, I just kind of I want to get both some reading and some filming done this afternoon, potentially, like specifically reading for a reading vlog. And I thought it might help me to get in the mode of talking if I went live for a bit. So that's what we're doing. Just hoping for some good reading and good productivity. As well as the books that I'm trying to work on for the reading vlog. I'm also reading 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. And I'm making fairly slow progress with it. But I like it. I mean, like, it is kind of a foundational if you've heard me rant about magic realism before, Marquez is, at least like everyone can kind of agree, is definitely in magic realism. So it's one of the things that like no one could argue with. I can't think of a possible argument against. And of course, I'm the ultimate gatekeeper of magic realism, and everyone should listen to my opinion for reasons. Hi, Libby. Libby just walked past my door. She is panting because she's been lying in the sun. Anyway, I didn't really do much during that little intro timer, but I will hopefully get some reading done in this next bit. So I might go straight into that. And yeah, for anyone who comes along, let me know what you're reading. And we'll chat in a little bit. I'm going to do a longer timer this time, just so I can get some stuff done. So I'm going to set that up. There we go. So that I had an option to remove myself from the stage, and you know, like, who doesn't want to do that sometimes? I certainly do. Okay. So we'll go into the next sprint, and I'll talk to everyone in the next break. Hi. Hope everyone had a good sprint. I had a fairly productive sprint. I filmed a clip for the reading vlog I'm working on and read a short story. The Straits were very much not okay in the story that I read. And I was just like, because like when I finished it, I realized I didn't have time to like film another clip before the timer ran out. So I was writing myself some notes and I forgot how much I like this pen. So I should use this pen more because it's a good pen. Which is really just like groundbreaking information. How's everyone doing? We're joined by Tracy. Just gonna start. Does my head look big in this? Sounds good. And we're also joined by Amy. It's reading Nevermore and maybe doing some sketching. That sounds good. Did you end up doing any sketching? But like 2 pages is still 2 more pages than no pages. I ended up the toe on my sock and watched some YouTube. I'm still catching up on some Halloween content. Nice. I would love to like learn to knit socks. Like I'm very interested in it, but also like hesitant to add like another hobby because like I currently like I know how to knit just like generally, but like I crochet much more. And learning to knit socks feels really daunting, but also like I find that socks don't just like regular commercial socks don't fit me very well. So I'd really love to be able to make socks that fit. And I do tend to really like working with like sock weight yarn for other things. So seems really interesting. Also, I feel like it's really cool. Like the videos that I've watched of people knitting socks, like they just seem really good. Really cool project. Read 27 pages. Good pen is so hard to find. Yeah. This has no labels on it now. I think that it did used to have a sticker on it. I think it's like a Muji pen. Like I remember years ago I used to see people use these pens from Muji. I've never been to a Muji store. I think I got this online. It's just like a really nice gel pen. And it's a 0.38 because I do tend to like a finer pen. I used to be very much the stationery bitch, and I'm not so much these days, because I don't physically write things very much anymore. Unfortunately, my handwriting has gotten quite bad because of that. Or does anyone else have this thing? So, and I kind of wonder if this is something that autocorrect is doing to my brain. I find lately when I try to just like handwrite something, like particularly like if I'm doing something where I'm like jotting things down quickly, like it's like I'm not trying to be neat or precise, I'm just like writing. I find that I tend to trail off towards the end of the word. And I also wonder if this is somehow affected like by like my signature, because my signature is very much like start writing my name and then scribble. Hi, Libby. But like I will start writing a word and then I'll sort of like trail off into a squiggle at the end, and I wonder if like this is something because of like getting used to like autocorrect just filling things in for me. So that's a weird thing. Yeah, I do love a good pen. Hello, welcome. A little sketching, mostly just testing markers with my ink to see what smears it. Very boring but important. What kind of markers? Oh, I read it as markers. just from the context. I didn't even see that you had put a T. Um, super intimidated by socks, but now they're my mindless project. Also good for audiobook time. Yeah, like I would like to have something like that. I really like um I like crochet projects where I can just like zone out and not constantly be having to work things out. But I also don't like when it's so mindless that like you're just doing the same thing over and over again. So I feel like socks are like really in that sweet spot where like there's stuff to think about, but you can learn it in such a way that like it just feels instinctual. Pens are so good. Write anymore because of arthritis. Oh, my signature is atrocious. Yeah, my signature is also atrocious, and I have no excuse. My arthritis is not in my fingers yet. I'm sure it's coming. But yeah, it's frustrating. Like I have been a bit frustrated lately learning that um I can't just like write things down very well anymore. Because I do like sometimes when I'm doing a brain dump, I find it easier to write it by hand than type things out. But yeah, I've been struggling. Just cheapies. I think they're Anchor water based brush markers. Nice. I'm using a waterproof fountain pen ink, and it's finicky. Right. That's fair. Yeah. Waterproof is relative, I guess. Yeah, I haven't really tried any of the Anchor like markers or anything, just because I haven't been doing much like art stuff since Kmart got really good with their variety of craft supplies. I mostly just keep buying fucking kits for all of the different things because like the kits will be all like cheapy and it's like, well, I can't pass up this like $2 embroidery kit. Going to nap in the next sprint. No worries. Naps are good. Would you like a longer sprint? Or just like obviously don't feel like you need to only nap the sprint length, but like yeah. I'm happy to like tailor sprint lengths to what people want. Go all right for the price. They do have some crafty things now. Yeah. Like I'm frequently interested in like I mean like a lot of the things they have. But yeah, I'm interested in their markers, even though like that's silly. I don't use markers and I have plenty of markers considering that I don't generally use them, including like both water and alcohol based markers. So I don't know why I would need to buy more from Anchor, but like when I'm walking through those aisles, the temptation hits. And like a lot of the markers I have are just like that I got years ago from AliExpress. And it's like the cheap markers that I'm buying from AliExpress are probably like pretty similar or made in like the same like factories as the ones in Kmart. But I'm like, ooh, but like the Kmart ones. Kmart is too dangerous. 45 is fine. Cool. Well, we will probably get into that shortly. Apparently I did have a break timer on that is about to end. I don't know how long that break was. Maybe it was either 5 or 10. This is not important. I'm just telling it to go whenever I want. So, yeah. I'm so glad everyone's hanging out with me. And I'm going to get some more reading and filming done this time, I swear. Can definitely genuinely film more things that I will release at some point. Definitely have a really good track record. Anyway, let's go again for another 45. Um, and I'll talk to you all again. For me, it's the Dutch shop action that is super dangerous for my bank account. Oh, I've never heard of that shop. Well, I guess um, I live in Australia. So. But yeah, it's. I'm pretty good at being resistant to like shopping whims at this point. Like I've managed to get myself tamped down, but like there's always like that kind of the store that like just has so many things that you're like, ooh, but I could have a little something. It's not that expensive, and maybe I could have a little treat. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, maybe one will happen. I think it's we're I think we're rapidly coming up on a year since I last put any videos on my channel, so I feel like I should probably make a video. The thing I think would came out better for me would be champagne on arrival. Yeah, but that would make it even more dangerous. Hi, Liv. We're just about to go into another sprint. Clearly, just because you're here and didn't want to hear about your boyfriend Elon Musk. Gross. Thank you. They'd make a killing if they did late nights, videos night or something. Yeah, pretty much. Just like if you're handing me champagne and setting me loose in Kmart, I do enough damage without inebriation. Though maybe actually champagne would help me because I'm so old and decrepit that like I feel like I would just get like very sleepy and want to leave. Yeah. Anyway, let's do another sprint. Um, talk to everyone in 45 minutes. It's so embarrassing missing the, timer going off because I was, um, watching back a video of myself. So that's shameful. Uh, how did everyone go? I, read another short story, like a really short one in this collection, and then spent a bunch of time looking at I also I watered my plants, which was very, very important, obviously. And then I was reading an interview with the author, Kate Folk, um, and just learned an interesting thing about one of the stories in the collection that kind of has my brain turning over now. But also, I'm kind of struggling with this reading vlog because I don't really know what someone would want from a vlog of me reading 2 short story collections. And I'm still kinda, struggling with, if I should be giving my thoughts after every story, or if that's, maybe too much because I do just, plan to read these 2 short story collections. Um, so it's a lot of short stories. Also, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, feeling very contemplative. Um Been joined by Sash, not reading, but watching POTC. Piece of toffee candy, piss on toilet, cats. I don't I'm sure if I think about this, I would be able to work out what that is, but I don't know. I'm sure it's great though, and not piss on toilet cats. Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean. That's piss on toilet cats feels not that wrong then. Um, hi Emily, welcome. I just watched BookTube, that sprint. Nice. I'm super behind on watching BookTube. I just I've been having trouble watching stuff lately. It's the brain worms. They're not ideal. Listened to 2 chapters and ordered dinner. Nice. What did you order? It's very important to know. We're just having leftovers tonight, which is nice because it made me feel more like I could get on here and sprint for a bit because I don't have to cook dinner. It's already cooked. We just have to heat it up. A bit of crochet to do and going to watch Panic while I do it. Nice. What are you crocheting? What are you working on? I haven't crocheted anything for a couple weeks at this point. I have an almost finished hot water bottle cover that I just need to finish putting together. But I got really focused on something else and other things and also just being depressed. So or at least recap every 2 stories if you think that's better. But I think every story is good. Yeah. Also, I know that people will frequently tell me that I have interesting things to say, and I know that I've convinced a lot of you that I am smart and have intelligent, thoughtful things to say about books. Um, but sometimes I feel like a real dummy when I'm trying to formulate my thoughts on something, particularly these more sort of this collection is very much it is it's literary short fiction that is using sci-fi premises to explore the ideas. Um, there's a sci-fi element, there's kind of a horror element, but it is very much living in the literary fiction space. Um, but using like sci-fi and horror and magic realism as like a tool, which I hope Adrian can't hear what I'm talking, because I know he fucking hates that. Um, he's very opposed to uh, literary fiction authors stepping into like the sci-fi and fantasy space and dabbling. But I would say that this isn't so much like the author stepping into the sci-fi space. It's, I don't know, it's complicated. But yeah, this book is very good, and it's making me think things, but I feel like my brain is so slow that like it's taking me a while to formulate things. And like it's also like a lot of these short stories, I don't know what to say to someone who hasn't read them. Because like there's definitely meat there to discuss the themes and stuff within the stories, but I don't know how much I can say without like spoiling them. And I have received a message from Adrian. And it says, I heard you talking shit about me. So, yeah. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm struggling with. And I don't know. My hyperfixation is getting in the way of watching BookTube. Yeah, that happens to me a lot. Also, like, does anyone else find that they have like fairly rapid cycling hyperfixations? Like, this is the thing that convinces me that like, or I don't know, like, I've been giving thought to autism spectrum disorder based on like reviewing some past experiences and things, and just because I've become increasingly aware of my sensory issues. But I feel like the way my brain just like like the way I rapid cycle through hyperfixations is very much just like, oh, it's just ADHD. It's just like I'm diagnosed with ADHD. It's just ADHD. But who knows? Leftovers is so good. We got it grilled. Nice. I haven't had grilled in like a really long time. Just either this is usually like another, like we have this when we get burgers, if we're not getting like just like let's do cheap trash and like do Hungry Jack's or McDonald's or something, we get from this place, like this local place that's like not a chain, like Arizona Burgers Breakfast and Grill, and they just like they make like really wonderful burgers. They're so delicious, and their chips are so good as well, like the seasoning they put on their chips. It's like a little bit pricey, but it always feels so worth it. That's our like fancy treat burger. Working on another book sleeve for one of my book box pre-orders, and then I'm caught up. Nice. Back in my crocheting era, though, that's for sure. I want to work on a grid wool art next. Nice. Yeah, like I haven't done any of the like tapestry or intaja or anything very much. I feel kind of fascinated, but also I feel torn because I used to cross stitch a lot, and I still have all of my cross stitch stuff. And like a lot of the time, I'm like, when I see something like a like tapestry crochet, I was like, I'd love to have that on my wall. And then my brain is like, well, would it be quicker for you to cross stitch it? Because you should get back into that. And I'm torn. Yeah. Maybe it's imposter syndrome. Maybe it's that I'm actually terrible. Who can say? Cancel night shift tonight, so I'm also having leftovers. Nice. I love coming to the evening and knowing that it's already taken care of. It's very exciting. And you do have interesting things to say about books. And so much when you talk about books, especially ones I've already read. Short stories sound so interesting. They are really interesting. Like it's really good. And I don't know that anyone was here when I was talking about like the the vlog that I'm working on is these books go together in my brain, and sometimes books just go together for me. A lot of this is that the covers are very similar color schemes, and they're both speculative short story collections. And like I know no one is clamoring for me to talk about these short story collections from 2022, but they just go together in my brain, and I want to read them together. I don't know if I know anyone who has read this apart from Allie, who is the reason that I'm reading this, because she said it was good. And so obviously I bought it like immediately because Allie talked about it. So um um he is. He has even stronger opinions than me. I feel like my opinions seem very wishy-washy in the face of Adrian's strongly held convictions. I think it's important to see lit fic authors doing that. It brings more people to genre fiction and helps lit fic readers try it out a bit. Yeah, and like I do think that like I feel like even in genre fiction, it is still like a tool, and also I feel like the lines are very blurry. There are people who have like who only work in the realm of genre fiction, but they write very literary stories, and also like I don't know where you like sort of draw the line, um, because like something being literary is really just about it having more to say than is just like the literal story on the page, and I feel like isn't that just what good books are? So, but like I want to get into that because I am like terrified that Adrian's going to smash through the wall. I had a long in summer, a couple of weeks. Yeah, I get very intensely into things and then not. Yeah. I feel like Emily, I love whenever you post the like particular craft you're working on because you try so many things. I feel like I feel so seen by that because I'm also just like, oh, I saw this thing and I want to make one now, and I saw this thing and I want to make one now. It's good. Like I feel like I watch a lot of I tend to get into a lot of like maker videos, like people in different maker spaces all over YouTube. And there's a lot of people who are just like, well, I like to do this one or two crafts and like I'm amazing at it, and all my videos are like these different projects that are like this specific thing. But I'm very much more like, I want to try all the things. I don't know. I want to try all the things. Um, like my brain ended reading that at real. Like sometimes I think I'm not real, which is like just because like that's a thing that I keep saying to Adrian. But sorry, there's a full. Sometimes I think I'm not real ADHD because I never have money to that. No, I mean like, what's more ADHD than not having money because of the ADHD tax? Um, absolutely. Um, don't forget, so many ADHDs are autistic, like 30 to 40%, I think. Yeah. And like I've watched some things about like combined stuff, and I did a test that was like, I can't remember, monotropism, just sort of like a theory about autism and to a lesser extent ADHD. And I scored like moderately highly on it. It's just to do with focus. But I don't know. I also don't know if it's like something that I feel like I should pursue, but I did, like, the other day I was going to an appointment, and so, like, my brain was just sort of sitting idle, and, like, suddenly I had this thought that, like, "Oh my god, a lot of my mom's behavior when I was growing up, fits with, like, would make a lot more sense if, um, her rages were autistic meltdowns," and I'm suddenly like, "Oh my god, is my mom autistic?" Um, anyway, that's doesn't really make any changes to my life or hers at this point, but many many of us many foods are being recalled, and that was an expensive hyperfixation, but worth it. Oh, it's I loved the stuff you made. I do kind of love that they're being recalled, um, as we talked about at the time. Yeah. Um, probably shouldn't have GIG, but I want it so bad, and the app now does delivery here. Yeah, it's little treat time, little treat. Um, right? Like they're like even if they weren't both um sort of like speculative short story collections, they just like this is they go together. These books pair. Like it's canon. Um I'm not gonna read that out loud. Um yeah, because of the toxic resin. Um oh I don't know why my response to that was like to want to hide my face, but um I appreciate it. I have so many craft ideas in my head, and I'll be working on a mosaic table next. Ooh, yes. I'm excited to see that. I like have pinned a lot of mosaic things on Pinterest lately. It's because like my all the time, like when I'm getting ready to go to sleep and I'm like listening to an audiobook and like trying to wind down, I just like scroll Pinterest and just like start making new boards of like the new craft projects that I like crafts that I want to learn. So just like I love looking at beautiful things that people make. Um Yeah, being recalled because of the resin in the packs and their kids' toys, and it's obviously toxic. But I think they're being rebranded. Yeah, I feel like yeah, the my main issue with them is that they are marketed as kids' toys, and like from the reviews I've seen, like parents are just like giving them to kids, and kids are getting the resin on their skin, and it's wild and terrible. So I really do hope that I hope that also means that like we get some like proper like regulations around selling resin because I feel like people are too casual with it. Um, uh, sometimes I think back to when I was in primary school, like, how did no one clock I was neurodivergent? Yes. And this is a thing, like, so this is a thought that I have a lot, and like I try and like push it out of my head because I'm like, there's no use being annoyed about this. But like, I used to cry a lot as a child, just like I would get overwhelmed and start crying. And I had like several teachers who would give me a really hard time about it and kind of like make fun of me for crying at the drop of a hat. And now I'm an adult. I'm like, why didn't you check in with this child that was crying frequently? Like, if a child like seems to like get emotionally dysregulated on such a regular basis, like, doesn't that couldn't that possibly mean that, like, something is going on that you maybe wanna check in with? And I remember this particularly because, like, my grade 2 teacher was always, like, really awful to me about it, and then I had that same teacher again in grade 6, and she actually, like, had made a comment to me about how I used to just, like, be very dramatic and cry all the time. And one time, like, in her class when I was in grade 6, I was, like, putting something away, and, like, just, like we were just, like, doing, like, classroom cleanup stuff, and I ripped my thumbnail off. Like, my thumbnail got, like, caught on like the shelves that I was putting things away in. Just like ripped like basically like a hangnail that took away the nail as well and like down like a bunch of skin on my thumb. And I completed the task before calmly going to ask her for a band-aid. And she told me that it was really good the way that I had gotten past the problem that I had with crying all the time. And I felt very proud in that moment, but looking back on it as an adult, I feel very angry because I don't think that that's a thing that you should reinforce for a child. Because it seems to me that it was then kind of weird that I was very reticent to speak up about a physical injury I had. And I'm like, that's why were you like that, Mrs. Fullerton? Um, the like cute little um like blind bag like mini figure things of like they do like ones of like known brands as well, but like they're a little like there's a couple of product lines that they have that are sort of like meant to be like interactive, like a little craft project, and they include little bottles of resin. Yeah, yeah. Um, yes, I really want to see the mosaic table. Um, it's a good question. Yeah, resin in kids' toys. It's absolutely horrifying. Um, then literally had no right looking after children. Yeah, it is. I just like things that like to me, like in retrospect, I'm like, you've had training to deal with children. Did none of this like come up? Did you not think that this like would maybe significant? Why did no one catch this? I'm gonna stick to the green tile theme. I'm sealing the table so I can have it outside in my fairy garden. Oh, stay tuned for that upgrade. I'm very excited about that. Yeah, I know, right? It just is mind blowing. Um, I wonder why no teachers would touch base about my behavior as well. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is like if you're not causing like a literal like problem, if like your problem is only really affecting you, but like your marks are fine and like your marks are fine for the most part and you're not necessarily causing disturbances, then it's just like, well, it's fine if you're just self-destructing quietly in the corner. Yeah. Yeah. And just I wish that I could just like put it out of my brain and not think about it, but like every now and then I'm just like, why were you like why? Because also like for many years, like like it was like a memory that like of reinforcing like I was so proud of myself for that achievement. And I'm like, why did an adult make me feel proud of that? That's wrong. So much trauma from school, I can hardly remember primary school. Yeah, that sucks. I feel like I don't have like I know like intellectually I know that good things happened as well, but I feel like I only have a few memories and they're only just like these negative things and that sucks. Yeah. Um because we had more psycho kids and I noticed me. Yeah. Like I feel like that's also like that plays into the like the way um AFAB people are less often diagnosed with ADHD than AMAB. Just and just like in general, people with inattentive type or like combined, but like anything that leans more towards inattentive, like that's not that's usually only causing problems for you and not so much causing problems for anyone else. So they just let it go. Manifest that teaches Danny water every time she has socks on. Yeah. She's probably retired at this point. So that's good at least. Or I don't know. Hard having a sense of like what age adults were when you were a kid. It's bullied so heavily in primary school, but those bullies now aren't slaying life like I am now. But yeah, that sucks. And kids can be so shitty, and I feel like I don't know, this is maybe just like my perception of things, but I feel like teachers and stuff like take bullying more seriously in high school, but in primary school they're just kind of like, oh, they'll sort it out. They're just kids. Like how much damage could a kid do? But yeah, I always got comments on report cards. Needs to ask for help more. When I think when I was younger, if I'd ask for help, I would get in trouble. Yeah. And it's just like, if you're repeatedly having to write needs to ask for help more, then why not like why can't we just create a situation where help is offered more to that child? Like, I don't know. I know that like they're dealing with like lots of kids and stuff, but it just like it's frustrating. Yes, absolutely. Going to have some dinner. I'll be back in a bit. No worries. My parents say now we did the best with what we knew. Really? Yeah. I um I really I have like since come to sort of like understand my parents' own problems that they have. It's kind of like, well, I just wish there was more support all around. Like, it's also like my parents went through, like my mom in particular went through like some horrible stuff with like how she was treated growing up. And she was born in like both of my parents are born in the early 50s. Um, and like the kind of like punishments that were given to my mom that like she's clearly still messed up about, and like well like or was like she's gone through some counseling for like depression and anxiety, and we get along like way better at this point because it's also like it's allowed her to understand me a lot more as well. But yeah, I don't know, I hope these cycles are breaking. IRL best friend is on her last placement for becoming a primary school teacher, and she come back from school at least twice a week crying from year 6 kids. They're so mean. Yeah. Kids like that window of when like kids are like they have achieved the like social skills and um intelligence and like understanding of the world, but haven't like necessarily got to the point where they're understanding like the repercussions and like having like more empathy and stuff. It just like that's like kids are so mean in that, like because they know how to hurt you, but like have no thoughts about like what it would be like to be the person hurting. Yeah. I said child not asking for help. Yeah, and just like it's I understand that as a comment coming up, but like if that comment comes up again, like shouldn't there be some other kind of intervention? Like maybe that suggests that the child needs help with asking for help. So we could help them. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Like I know that I could never be a teacher. So like I've had some shitty teachers, I've also had some very good teachers, and I really admire anyone who is taking on that responsibility of being a teacher because that seems so hard. But also, I think that if you're a teacher, you should still try. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's honestly kinda terrifying to me, the idea of, like, dealing with a bunch of kids every day. Yeah, it's a bit rough that the emotional maturity comes later in development, absolutely. I feel for the good teachers, not enough money for so much work. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, yeah, uh, teachers are underpaid, but also there just, like, is an amount that would make it possible for me to do that job. Yeah. Anyway, should we do another sprint? Um, Now that I've, sort of aired out some fun childhood trauma. Um, um, I think I might make this one an hour because I think that it would be a good time to eat dinner because 'cause I'm hungry. Um, and it's all about me. So, yeah. Mom asked me why I didn't get my childcare certificate after I said, "Get fucked." Emotional regulation as the 2 year-olds. Yeah, I couldn't cope. I I don't even know how, you cope with raising your own children, let alone, like, a bunch of someone else's. Like, it's too much responsibility. Keen for a sprint. Robin and I might read Thunderhead in the next one. Nice. Yeah. Alright. So let's go for an hour, and I'll talk to you all soon. Hi. Sorry, I have a bottom menthol in my mouth because my throat was a bit croaky. How did everyone go? I didn't read anything that time and just had dinner and hung out with Adrian for a little bit. Watched some sheep videos and Akita videos. Like we don't just watch videos of sheep, we also watch videos of large sheep. So now Libby's running around.
Let her out to run around.
Yeah. Or I don't know. No, don't let her out. Sorry. Libby has like an ongoing problem where she gets frisky after dinner, but if she runs around a bunch after she's eaten, then she ends up feeling sick and wants to throw up, and the solution to throwing up is running around even more. So yeah. But yeah, I feel you on that. I just like I like lots of quiet time. Put the kids to bed, got my spicy burrito delivered, it's cheap through DoorDash. Now I have all cleared all sinuses. Yeah. Well, it's nice to have the sinuses cleared out. I'm feeling like I need that at the moment. So, I think that like with the way COVID messes with taste, I do think that like it does remove some of the nuance. So something could seem spicier because there are other things that there are other tastes that you would usually have like filling out the flavor rather than just hot. Let's finish Pirates of the Caribbean 1, so debating whether I should go to bed or start the next one. How tired are you? Spent that sprint tossing the house looking for missing debit card. Oh no, don't worry, I've locked it with no success. That sucks. I lose things a lot because ADHD. I hate looking for things. I hate looking for things so much. The process of looking for things is infuriating to me. I hate it so much. Like, whenever I realize that I'm going to have to look for something, my heart just sinks. Ate dinner, read 2 chapters of Thunderhead with Robbie, and 1 chapter of Nevermore. Nice. Yeah, that is really annoying. You think Elizabeth, Will, Captain Jack could be a why choose situation or a throuple? No, I don't think so. I mean, it's been a long time since I watched Pirates of the Caribbean because of my elevated taste. But I don't think so. It's also like hard to positively think about Johnny Depp in any relationship. Yeah. That's her problem. And also, like, if she eats too much and like feels full, she'll start trying to get us to chase her so she can throw up. It's just like her solution to like any kind of belly discomfort is run around until she throws up. Terrible. Because I couldn't imagine working with them. It takes someone special to do that, I think. Yeah, I agree, except for the part about loving kids. I don't know that I would say that I love kids. I feel positively about other people producing and working with children. Children just like have a lot of stuff going on that I find very stressful to be around. Noise and stickiness and stuff. And they're just not as cute as dogs. Get cuter, human kids. It's a replacement card. There was a dodge charge on my card, so I'm annoyed at myself for being so responsible with important items. Oh, it sucks. Like, it happens. Like, I feel like debit cards are very, like, anytime you take them out of, like, your wallet or purse or whatever, like, the, like, receptacle that they live in, I feel like that's such a, like, it's so easy for them to go wandering. I find mine in different spots all the time because I've, like, taken it out to, like, get the number or something and then, like, used it as a bookmark or put it under my dressing table or something. Yeah, it does. It's not about tired. I think it's about resting because sick. Yeah. Resting is very important. I would watch in bed, but Kayla's sleeping and starts at midnight, so I don't want to disturb him. That's fair. Pirates of the Caribbean is bad. I mean, the first movie isn't, like, I enjoyed the first movie when it came out, which I believe was when did the first one come out? 2003. Which was when I was 15. So I liked it then. As a teenager. Teenagers have pretty bad taste generally. I just don't think it's a very good movie. And it's certainly not a good series. I haven't watched all of them, but, like, I watched a couple of the subsequent ones, and yikes. Noise and stickiness are very stressful to me. I do not like either of those things. That was a thought I had. Might check it's not being used as a bookmark in a recent read. Yeah, just, like, I don't know. Well, it's insane. We have all of these bookmarks, and yet random object becomes bookmark. Google says 2003. 2005 was the year I graduated high school. Hold on. So obviously my taste was great. No, my taste was also terrible. In 2005. Most expensive bookmark ever. Yeah, I've also used, like, money, and prescriptions. Yeah, 2003. I thought it was very funny, as a 15-year-old. But, like, I also thought, Not Another Teen Movie was, like, one of the funniest movies ever, so don't listen to 15-year-old Erin. 17. I didn't realize it was that old. Yeah. They really just kept that franchise running. Yeah, Keira Knightley is really hot in the movie. It's true. It's an important factor. Though it does, like, continue to perpetuate the idea about, corsets being tightened super tight all the time, which is a myth. Um, what else we have? I haven't seen that actually. My favorite pirate stuff is obviously Our Flag Means Death, the TV series, and that's they did it. They knocked it out of the park. They worked out how to do pirates. It's good. Make them all gay. Not another teen movie. Have you tried to rewatch it as an adult? It's like and I'm not talking about looking up funny clips of bits you remember being funny. I mean like trying to rewatch the whole movie because I have tried to rewatch the whole movie and it is terrible. It's not a good movie. Um it doesn't hold up. There are still bits that I think about being very funny, but like rewatching the movie like it's a bit yikes. Um, I get that. I can understand that. Um, yeah, that was one of my favorite movies for a while when I was a teenager. I thought it was very funny. Um, though another movie that like there are still movies that were my favorite movies in high school that I still consider to be some of my favorite movies, but Not Another Teen Movie isn't one of them. Pirates of the Caribbean was mine. James Cameron's Dark Angel. Interesting. I don't know that I would pinpoint anything as specifically a like bi awakening. I have a lot of female characters who were specifically like my queer awakening, and I have talked about them already at length, and I don't need to go in to how many of them are cartoon animals again, because it's a concern. Our primary school years are all blurred together, so I can't remember what I watched first. Yeah, I get that. Shocking cringe teen movies, Eurotrip is what I still think about. This guy doesn't know. Oh my god. I haven't thought of the Scotty Doesn't Know song since I watched that movie. I've unlocked a memory. Yeah, absolutely Lola Bunny and Space Jam. Really, it's a really important movie to me because of Lola. Also has a good soundtrack. It's definitely into Michael Weatherly and Dark Angel. I'm gonna push it out. It's fine. My brain I have a current music fixation that like is pretty dominant, so I feel like I will be able to push it out. But like it's very lucky that I currently have a musical fixation. Um wow. I bet Mac Damon played the singer Boggles My Mind for ages. Yeah. It's fine. I love you despite your trash taste. You like lots of things that I think are terrible. Like, why would I unfriend you now? Like, why would that be the difference? My trash taste. I cling to my pretensions. Even though I like plenty of trash things. Like the Sookie Stackhouse books being a comfort reread. They're not good, but I love them. Also, how much Ruby Dixon I've read. Yeah. We like some like we overlap on like so this is what I like because I'm never expecting to like have a perfect overlap in taste with anyone. Like I don't think that that's something to strive for, and I think it's weird that some people can overlap so well in everything because like everyone's an individual person. But what I like is having like a super specific thing to overlap with someone about. Um, and Sasha, you like weird fiction, like specifically weird, like planty, culty, horror-y stuff. You like the weird shit, so that's all that matters. Yes, oh my god. Eternal love for Georgina Kincaid. It's not time to do another reread yet, but maybe. So like it's so comforting. It is definitely like trash, but like whenever people talk about like Vampire Academy, I'm like, I get it, but like about Georgina Kincaid. Yeah, Paranormal Mystery is so comforting. Like, I feel like that's some of the reason that I've like persisted with reading the Anita Blake series. Even though like a lot of them I have thought have been quite bad. And I don't know that I would like ever reread them the way I've reread like Sookie Stackhouse and Georgina Kincaid. But I do just like the comfort of like a paranormal mystery. It's really good. I feel like there's much less mystery in the later books in the series though, which is a little bit frustrating. Though there is a lot more sex. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. Needed to read Haunting of Velkwood. Okay. Let me open a tab for it so I remember. Am I going to sneeze again? Why is my internet running so slowly? Or is it just Goodreads? It's probably just Goodreads. This author's name is almost Gwendolyn Christie. It's not, but it is almost. I'm very obsessed with Gwendolyn Christie for reasons that I feel like should be obvious and I don't need to get into. Okay. Want to read. Do any of my libraries have it? Yeah, they do. All right. Okay. I'll deal with that later. Because I just read it and gave it 5 stars, and the whole time I'm like, I want Aaron to read this, but I'm not sure. Sorry if you give it 5 stars. If I read it like right now, I might not, just because I haven't been giving things 5 stars very much. I've been very unsatisfied with what I'm reading. So I might need to wait until I'm less ahedonic, but I will read it. I bought my books new and they're completely yellow now. It makes me feel ancient. Yeah. Well, I'm reading, as well as the thing I'm reading for the vlog, I've been reading 100 Years of Solitude, and I've been meaning to read it for such a long time. Like, obviously, it's an older book. It was published in like 67. Yeah, first published in 67. And the first English translation published in 1970. But like I have had this copy for it might be coming close to 20 years now. It's not 20 years, but I think it might be coming close at this point. Because like it's an important classic for me to read, but like I haven't gotten to it. But it is like it's so yellowed, like so incredibly yellowed. And I just like so like all of the time I spend reading it, like I'm just reminded of how long I've had it sitting there. Yes, love Gwendolyn Christie. Sapphic and the main character's in her 40s. Nice. I love that. Like really want more main characters who are older. Hedonic without pleasure. Yeah, it's like a depression symptom and just like not being able to find pleasure in things, even things that like you would normally find pleasurable. I'm like particularly feeling like quite numb a lot of the time. It's a lot of how like the experience of depression for me is very much like just like grayness and just being unable to feel particularly strongly about anything. And like that happens a lot with like it affects my reading and like my ratings, because like there's lots of things where like I will read something and I'll be like, I think I liked that, but I don't feel anything about it and I don't know how to rate it, so I'm going to give it 3.5 stars. Yeah. Like it talks about having that relationship with the bestie in high school. Oh yeah, I know about that kind of relationship. I love books about that kind of relationship. It needs to be spoken about more. So I'm very excited about that. Okay. I'm going to put a hold on that. I need my email address every time. Okay, cool. Hold is placed. Because Absolutely, obviously, yes. I need it. I need it. Um, hold is placed. So yeah, do we want to do another sprint? Because I would like to read some more. Definitely. Feels important to read. Oh, totally unrelated, but I bought one book in the Prime Day sales, and it is this copy of Dog Songs by Mary Oliver. I have already read this, but it was for sale for like $10.50, and I'm like, absolutely. Like, I'm trying not to spend money lately, but like, absolutely, I need this copy of Dog Songs by Mary Oliver. Wonderful, wonderful lesbian poet. And it's just an entire collection of poems about dogs. Nice. Yeah, there are some good deals. Um, I had to hold myself back for a lot of stuff. Um, anyway, let's do another sprint. How are we feeling about? Should we go back to 45? That seems reasonable. Um, if you disagree, I've done it anyway. So I'm just asking people's opinion to be polite, but it's going to be 45. I mean, I could be swayed very easily, but like I've just done it. So cool. All right. So let's do that. And I'll talk to you all in 45 minutes. All right, how did we go? I got some good reading done. I read 3 more stories. The last one I read, I only just finished. I'm still kind of like pondering. Pondering is happening. How did everyone else go? Hi, Ran. Several hours ago, I was like, as soon as I get home, I'll jump on her and sprint, and then totally spaced. But glad I made it. Yes, glad you made it. I can't believe you would space out and forget about my sprints. That's so rude. Yeah, sorry. I'm still like slightly distracted by the story I just read. I think this is a very well put together collection because it also feels kind of like it is following similar themes to the story that came before it. It's interesting. Did nothing. Have no energy this week. Work is beating me this week. That sucks. I'm sorry. It's fine to take a rest though. Like you don't need to push yourself when you don't have any energy. 3 more chapters. Nice. Of Nevermore or Thunderhead. Reading the final volume of a manga and having feelings. Oh, which manga? The big feelings. I am reading Out There by Kate Folk. It is a short story collection, and they're all sort of like they're all like short stories with like generally a speculative element. This last one I read actually wasn't necessarily speculative, but it was very much like it very much had like horror vibes. Even though there wasn't necessarily anything fantastical apart from like creeping unease. Sweat and Soap, romance manga, and The Sweetest of All Time. Oh, I've heard really good things about that. Nevermore. I don't think Robbie will want to read more tonight. That's fair. It's really good so far. Before you were here, I talked about I'm doing a reading vlog where I read these 2 short story collections because they go together in my brain, mainly because of how they look, but they're also just 2 short story collections of like speculative fiction. But yeah, so I was starting with this one. A common theme in all of these stories so far is that the Straits are not okay. Like the Straits are deeply not okay. I've just listened to a bit over 100 pages. I might actually be able to get it finished tonight. Oh, nice. How many pages do you have to go? I probably won't finish this tonight, and I wasn't like planning to. I'm only like a third of the way through or something. It's like it's short stories, so I want to give it time to breathe, and also like time for me to have more thoughts about things. So I'm thinking about maybe potentially switching to 100 Years of Solitude. Because I haven't read any of that yet today, but I don't know. Yeah. It's very good so far. Like I'm really liking it, and it's very weird, and also like the past couple of stories in a very simplified way, I would say that, like, they're about, um, a woman kind of, like, longing to be separate from the men in her life, so and just, like, longing to just, like, be by herself, um, for various reasons, and it's it's fun. 62 pages to go. Yeah. I reckon you could finish that if you want to. You don't have to rush it or anything, but, like, I reckon that would be doable. Um, it's so pretty. It just I love it. Um, like, I bought this because Allie said it was good, but also just it's beautiful, and I specifically got I think that this is the US cover, um, just because it's so pretty. Like, the Australian or international version is, like, kind of murkier, and, like, it's cool in its own right, but I just really like this, and also it matches this, which I also, like, was very drawn to because of the cover. I feel like these are good. These are good covers. And again, they go together because of the covers. Just, like, they're just when books match, they match, and you just can't argue with it. Um, hmm. How is everyone feeling about, like, how much more you wanna do? I'm trying to decide that for myself. Hmm. I definitely do wanna do at least one more sprint. Um, but I'm not sure if this will be the last one. Possibly. It's because I want to snuggle in bed, basically. Fill up a hot water bottle. Um, the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," even exists. We all judge. Pretty book covers are life. I mean, the purpose of having a well-designed book cover is to encourage people to make that initial judgment and pick the book up. Um, I guess the saying makes sense in that, like, it's more accurate to say don't judge a book by only its cover. Because, like, that also goes for basically anything, like, because, like, it's usually people are saying that about, I mean, things that aren't books, often, like, people. Um, but yeah, I think actually the original saying is don't judge a book only by its cover. I don't know. But yeah, um, the cover must enter the judgment. Um, cool. I feel like if applied to the actual metaphor, it makes no sense. Yeah. It's just like that's the purpose of covers. Like, you wouldn't be able to, like, make a decision about books without that initial element. Yeah, people fair enough. Maybe bad books with stunning covers. Um, yes. I definitely feel like there are I've definitely read bad books with stunning covers. Like the I can't remember the name of it now. There's a Katrina Ward book. Like it was like her follow-up to The Lost House on Needless Street. The cover of my copy of that is gorgeous, and the book sucked. I held on to it for a long time because I had like pre-ordered it and like was really in love with the cover, but I didn't like the book. I'm definitely always like very disappointed when a book doesn't live up to its cover. It's like really heartbreaking because it's like, well, I'm gonna want to get rid of this now. And that's so sad. Yeah. I don't know that Addie LaRue's cover is that special. I mean, just in my opinion. Like it's a good cover. It's just like it's not like mind-blowingly stunning. But yeah. Oh, I just saw one that I need to get rid of. The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart. It's been years since I read this, so why do I still have it? It's because like the cover is beautiful, like so many beautiful flowers, and all through the book there are beautiful illustrations of native flowers. Like this book should have been a slam dunk for me because it like deals with like florography, like the language of flowers, like hidden messages in flowers, and that's like one of my special interests. It will just like make me love thing like if I'm told that something has like florography or selkies, I'll always be there. But yeah, the book isn't good in my opinion. I know it like recently got adapted. So I guess like some people think it's good, but I did not think it was good. Oh yeah, you really hated that one. Yeah, it was a very cool cover. I saw Lost Files recently. I was keen to read it. Yeah, well, like I don't know, your mileage might vary, but I found it very disappointing. And like some of that was that I had hyped up for myself because it had things I care about, like particularly like the fact that it's both like flower language stuff and their native flowers. And there's an element of like being on a nursery, which is like very special and personal to me. But I just thought it was quite boring and quite like straight white woman finds herself. I really want to get a tattoo sleeve using the language of flowers to determine what flowers I choose. Yeah, I would really love to get just like some native plants in general, but like I can never make a decision about it. And also I'm nervous about like I'm really drawn to fine line tattoos, but I know that they don't heal that well. Like they spread out over time, and I feel like I will be really disappointed after they've spread. I really want to get like, I would love to get some like Banksia seed pods at some point because I love them because they're so weird and horrifying looking, but also like very beautiful, and like Australian native plants are very important to me because of my dad. And yeah, that is a really good tattoo idea. They can thicken it up. They can thicken up a bit, but some go okay. Yeah, I'm just also a thing that I have like sort of like, so like for ages I've thought like I'll like at some point I will get some tattoos, but a thing that I've been thinking about is um my skin picking issue, um that I don't know that I can safely heal a tattoo because I pick wounds that I have. It's really bad. Like I'm trying to stop, but like it is, and like it sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse, but I am concerned that I would um pick at a healing tattoo. Um and that makes me sad, but also I think that like if I'm going to pick at it, it would be dangerous for me to get one. Like I have stuff on my hands at the moment that is from picking. Um I add flowers with qualities that I like about myself and also ones I want to manifest. Oh, I love that. That's such a good idea. Flannel flowers will probably be a native I add to mine. Nice. There's also like an artist that I follow on Instagram because I love their work, and they do all of like they do lots of stuff that's like native flowers and birds combined together. Um it looks so good. Yeah, it is really hard. You know, that's such a good idea. Um keep repeating how much it will cost, which help not pick. It is definitely hard. Yeah. Like part of me is like, well, maybe this would be something that would help me break my picking habit because I would know that like it was so important not to pick, but I just don't trust myself. Like I will lose my mind. It's like so much of the time I like will tell myself like I'm not going to pick that. Um and then I still do. Skin films you can put completely cut it for a tattoo while it's healing. That might be a good option. Yeah, I uh have used similar things. Like I've tried lots of different like bandaging and covering options with just my regular wounds. Um but it still ends up being something to pick at, unfortunately. It's yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like I would start with something small anyway, so but yeah, I think that I would try something like very, very small and just like really see if I can do it. Cause like I pick at stuff and it when I pick at stuff, it gets infected. And I don't want to one, ruin a tattoo, and two, I don't want an infected tattoo. Um, and I'm just so prone to getting wounds on myself anyway, it feels like, well, I probably shouldn't pay someone to wound me. And yet, I would really like to. Yeah, sometimes my brain will decide that um, the dressing that is covering it is something that needs to be picked at. Like often it will decide that something needs to be picked at. And then a lot of the time it like just like being conscious of something, even if like I'm not having an allergic reaction to it, it like manifests itchiness. Um, and then like so frequently like so like this is mostly healed now, this stuff on my wrist, but it was like I had a sore here that I had covered with um like band-aid. And then after I'd had that on for a while and it had started to heal, I started to get itchy here because of the proximity to the bandage. Like because I like was keeping it on and hadn't picked at it. I got itchy down here. And then I covered this and then eventually got itchy here. And it just kept going. And like a lot of the time I think that it's like I'm not actually itchy. It's just like, but like how do you like what's the difference between being actually itchy and your brain and like nervous system telling you that you're itchy? It's the same thing. So yeah. A lot of the time when I'm trying to be good and like be like intellectually I understand that I shouldn't pick and I won't pick and I'm not going to pick, then like my brain and body will betray me and be like, but actually you're so itchy. And like now you need to do something about it because you're so itchy. You couldn't possibly not scratch, right? Because you're itchy. It's normal to scratch because you're itchy. You're itchy now. So brains can be annoying, yes. Um, but yeah, let's do another sprint. Um, your brain is always like that bit of skin isn't smooth. Got to pick it and rip it until it's smooth. Yeah, absolutely. That's like I do like body scanning stuff all the time. I'm constantly touching and looking for a bit of roughness, and then it's like, well, I can't stop thinking about the roughness now. Adrian has a similar thing with like he bites his nails and like a lot of it is because like if there's any like roughness, well, gotta fix that. And doesn't make it less rough, but if it's not smooth, you gotta pick it. It itchy when Peppa lays on me and I don't want to disturb her. Yeah. Hit that. I can hold very still when like I'm trying not to disturb Libby. Um, but my brain will be like a scrabbly little animal inside my head. I often like picture my brain as like a frantic scrabbling animal, like when I'm feeling really anxious or antsy, like my concept of it is like it is like a little mouse or similar creature that is like scratching at the inside of my brain, just like rushing around and like scratching at all the sides of my brain to try and get out. Yeah. All right. Um, I do think this might be the last sprint. So just because I should wind down before bed. So I'm going to put a last sprint banner on. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm going to get back to the comments. All right, let's sprint. All right, that was the last sprint. I switched to 100 Years of Solitude. Things are going really well. And yeah, got some good reading done. Also, we had like a very important visit from Libby. She had just come in from outside, and Adrian had put her hoodie on, and so she was feeling very snuggly for a little bit. So I thought it was important to pick her up and get her on camera. Sweat and soap, 5 stars. It was amazing. Then did some tidying. Nice. That's such a productive sprint. I hugged a dog and read some pages. I don't even know like specifically how many pages I read. I think I started on 106. So like a bit over 30 pages. This is like a fairly slow read. One thing that I struggle with this book, and like it doesn't like, there's like a family tree in the front that I refer to a lot, but so many of the characters have very similar names to the point where like a lot of them have like their names are made up from each other's names. And like my brain is not processing it very well. Finished Evermore, 5 stars. Sadie Miss Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, she was very cute. She's always very cute in her hoodie. And also always, but she's so cute in her hoodie. Shuffle to let me hug him. That's all I do every second of the day. Yeah. Libby only lets me hug her for like brief little periods of time. Like she was like very like, that was like quite snuggly for her to tolerate being hugged for that long. And she was quite relaxed in my arms. But like prior to that, she'd been all like rubbing against my legs and wanting pats and snugs. But yeah, she mostly doesn't like to be like hugged. She'll like cuddle up next to you, but even when she does that, a lot of the time, like I'll be like sitting on the couch, and she'll sit on the other end of the couch, and then she'll gradually move closer and closer until she's like basically on my lap. But like she can't just like actually want hugs. Scroll through Discord for a bit. Nice. Do wish Pep will let me cuddle her more. She's really tolerant of my shit though. Well, there's that. But yeah, I love when I get to snuggle Libby. Yeah, that's just part of her charm. Also, like Adrian and I were talking about earlier today, like she does, like I was in his bedroom and we were talking, and I could see that she was watching me, like she was in my bedroom and she was staring in the mirror and like watching us like through the mirror. And you know how like a lot of the time there's like sort of a question with animals about like, do they understand that there's like when they look in a mirror, do they understand that they're seeing like a reflection and like a reflection of them? And I really feel like the thing is with Libby and like Shivas in general, she understands that this is a reflection of herself, and she understands that she's looking at a reflection. She doesn't think we understand that that there's a reflection. So she thinks she can look at us, but we can't see her because we're too dumb to see the reflection. Pick her up sometimes and I'm like, embrace me, and she'll just lay there like, okay, fine, if you need this. But yeah, Libby thinks we're very dumb. Dumb and disappointing servants. But yeah, she perfectly understands how mirrors work. It just like obviously we wouldn't be able to work that out. I was watching his reflection in the shower screen the other day. Minimal brain cells in my dog. That's very cute, though. It's very cute. Yeah, Libby is like smart, but she's mainly hindered by how convinced she is of how much smarter than everyone else she is. It also like she can never do like it's hard to get her to do like any like intelligence tasks like puzzles and stuff because she's not interested in doing puzzles because why would we not just give her the food? Like if there's a treat, then we should just give it to her and she doesn't understand why she should have to work for anything. And like anytime she has a problem, she doesn't actually like she doesn't want to solve it herself. I feel like there's lots of things that she could work out for herself. But she generally doesn't want to. She wants someone else to do it for her because she feels like it shouldn't have to be her job and responsibility. It is really, really cute. So yeah, like I feel like Libby would be a lot smarter if she stopped assuming that she was the smartest creature that's ever existed. Yeah, she's very confident. I don't think I could even aspire to half of her confidence. Well, maybe I should get Peppa a Kong or something. We discovered she likes squeaky dog toys, though. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we all wish her as cool and aloof as Libby. She's she's very cool and aloof and definitely not a sooky baby who wants to sook at us when it's chilly. Or if there's like a sudden scary noise or something. She's very, very cool and aloof. Anyway, my throat is getting quite croaky, so I'm going to get ready for bed. But it was really nice hanging out, doing some reading. I really want to try and sprint more often because like a lot of the time I'll just like put it off and like I'll have the thought like, oh, maybe I could sprint and then I don't. So I'm going to try and do that more often because I'm trying to like encourage myself to speak more because I actually I've been having kind of trouble with just like speaking in general, just like in life, like because I spend so much time not speaking during the day, I find talking really difficult and exhausting, and I would like to get back to a place where it is not quite so difficult and exhausting. You're welcome. Sleep tasty. Thank you. Thank you for coming. It was so nice to hang out. All right. Talk to you guys later.